much of the world is understanding that this is not only the food day, this is a food moment. And it's really meaningful to start the food day and bring the food moment on stage, starting with farmers and indigenous people. So thank you not only to all of you for being here, but also to the COP28 food team for setting us so brilliantly with that level of care. It's, even though I haven't been here, I've been perceiving the level of enthusiasm outside that this community is bringing to the climate community and bringing everything together in an unprecedented and historical moment. Food is becoming not only more and more present at climate conference, but it's becoming more and more meaningful for every time of discussion, for every time of conversation, for every time of negotiation. So it's a really pleasure to conclude this impactful event that has brought together diverse groups of food system actors. Of course, I want to congratulate again the organizers, but also the participants and speakers. So it's clear, I think that we're all absolutely clear, and probably many of us have heard the phrase that I'm going to take also from the minister. If you want to solve the problems of the world, put a farmer in charge. And we know what it means, right? For people that have been developed ourselves and grown in a farm, we know what it means. Farmers are central to food system transformation. They provide our food and steward nature. And we must recognize their invaluable contribution to food systems and climate action strategies. We must draw upon the traditional knowledges of indigenous peoples and many farmers around the world who are working with nature, not against it, and understand that works in their specific local context. There has been some progress, we recognize that, and never before have we seen food systems on the climate agenda like at this COP. It is an unprecedented achievement with the launch of the Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action that now was announced, was signed by 152 countries. That is massive. And of course, climate action and a range of financial commitments, including Loss and Damage Fund, Global Methane Pledge, new philanthropic commitments, and greater funding for research and innovation. However, there is still a huge gap in translating these intentions into action. This is why we have launched a non-state actor call to action for transforming food systems for people, nature, and climate, in collaboration with farmer groups, indigenous people groups, cities, consumer groups, civil society, businesses, financial institutions, philanthropy, and many more. It calls for time-bound holistic global targets for food systems by COP29 and with locally appropriate food systems transition pathways. It calls also on governments to provide supportive policy and financial incentives to accelerate this transition, including ambitious implementations of the COP28 UAE Declaration on Agriculture, Food Systems, and Climate Action. And critically, it centers the role of farmers, indigenous people, and other frontline food system actors, calling for more direct access to finance and resources, and respecting the traditional knowledge of indigenous people, and highlighting in particular the role of women and youth. We must support frontline food system actors to adapt and build resilience to climate risk and other shocks, recognizing the need to address power imbalances and societal inequity, and also provide fair incomes and wages to all food system workers. We also recognize the enormous role the private sector has to play in addressing climate change and food system transformation, not only by working together with farmers as partners, but also by undertaking the investment and technological innovation that will lead to low-carbon growth, unlocking finance for both mitigation and adaptation, adopting lower carbon production practices, conserving and restoring nature, and encouraging and facilitating more climate-conscious purchasing decisions by consumers. Please join this call to action if you haven't already. We will announce the final number this afternoon. We must transform our food systems now, and we have to celebrate the commitment from the member states, from the parties. Now it's time for all stakeholders to gather together to implement the Paris Agreement. We must transform our food systems to ensure access to affordable, healthy, and sustainable food for all, and importantly, to advance equitable livelihoods for smallholder farmers, as well as protecting and restoring nature. Before closing, and sorry, Esther, if I'm moving away from the program, I would love to call all previous speakers for a family picture, if it's possible. Thank you so much. And farmers. If farmers can also join on stage, you're all welcome, please. Thank you very much.
Bumabangon pa ang araw, ngunit kumikilos na ang mga mahal sa buhay, nanay, tatay, ate, kuya. May kanya-kanyang gawain sa loob at sa labas. Oh, masipag ang pamilyang magsasaka.
I'd like to announce that we will give food tokens to everyone as you exit the stage. This is a symbol of farmers really providing for food and food security.
Madiskarte ang pamilyang magsasaka, magpunla, magbantay at anihin ang bunga na nagbibigay sigla sa mga minamahal. Alamin at pagyamanin ang likas na paraan. Oh, mabuhay ang pamilyang magsasaka. Bawat sulok ng paligid may umuusbong punla. Ito ang kabuhayang kapaki-pakinabang. Pagsasakay karangalang di maipagpapalit. Oh, mabuhay ang pamilyang magsasaka. Magpunla, magbantay at anihin ang bunga na nagbibigay sigla sa mga minamahal. Alamin at pagyamanin ang likas na paraan. Oh, mabuhay ang pamilyang magsasaka. Oh, mabuhay ang pamilyang magsasaka.
Bumabangon pa ang araw, ngunit kumikilos na ang mga mahal sa buhay, nanay, tatay, ate, kuya. May kanya-kanyang gawain sa loob at sa labas. Oh, kay sipag ng pamilyang
Yeah, the gas station was amazing. We have work. We bring it. No, I want to take them on the like it's with you. It's not as good. Money every.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، الجلسة التالية في مسرح الواحة على وشك البدء. يرجى الجلوس في مقاعدكم وتحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكراً.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to take your seats in the Al-Waha Theatre. The next session is starting shortly. Please ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent. Thank you.
نرجو أن نحظى باهتمامكم. يتم عرض قنوات الترجمة الفورية هنا على الشاشة. إذا كنت بحاجة إلى سماعة رأس للترجمة، فيرجى الحصول على واحدة من الطاولات الموجودة في الجزء الخلفي من القاعة.
May we have your attention? The simultaneous translation channels are displayed here on the screen. If you require a translation headset, please collect one from the tables located at the back of the room. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت. وشكرا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al-Waha Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت، وشكرا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al Waha Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's session on implementing the COP28 Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action. My name is David Nabarro, and it is my privilege to be your moderator over the next 2 hours. And I just want to start by saying that these have been an extraordinary 10 days. Many of you were here on December the 1st when we had the opening session of the thematic part of the World Climate Action Summit. And we heard about the incredible coming together of positive energy around food systems and agriculture within the context of this vitally important COP. During the last 10 days, there's been a mass of activity right across the campus about the whole area of agriculture and food systems. And we've, I think all of us, been very stimulated by what it means to bring agriculture and food into the center of climate discussions. Of course, food systems are complex. They look different depending on the perspective from which you see them. And one of the things we've all been doing in the last 10 days is listening to each other's perspectives and feeling our way into different understandings of how to move forward with food systems. We're joined by some of the national food systems transformation conveners. They're watching us. And all of us have been seeing the power of dialogue to develop new pathways for food systems transformation. And there have been hundreds of thousands of people involved in this process, including through the 2021 United Nations Food Systems Summit. Now, the challenge is to converge climate, biodiversity, food and water, and to move forward, taking account of the challenges faced by farmers and the needs of consumers. And that's where our focus is going to be. To remind us of where we started, I'd like just to invite the projection of the video that we saw on December the 1st. It's We Are In, and it shows just how powerful the whole declaration process has been. Let's just watch that video now.
Today, we recognize the power of the people in our agriculture and food systems as a force for collective positive change. Today, we affirm that agriculture and food systems must transform to enable food security and nutrition for all, and to achieve goals for climate and nature. We commit to work with farmers and all food systems actors to combat the impacts of climate change. We recommit ourselves to ensuring food security and nutrition for all, leaving no one behind. We place water and nature at the heart of our food and climate agendas. Today, we accelerate the transformation of our agriculture and food systems. Our actions are local, but our impact must be global. Today, we unite. Together, we lead the way towards a sustainable, resilient, and prosperous future for all.
There's one person who's been at the center of the United Arab Emirates' focus on food systems in the context of climate action. This person has been at the center of the effort to build on the Sharm el-Sheikh work program that was so important, and on the dialogues that brought us to this point. One person who built on the Food Systems Summit and the emphasis on a wide-angle approach to working with food. One person who has been our leader. Please welcome Minister Mariam Al-Meri, Minister of Climate Change and Environment of the United Arab Emirates, to the stage.
A wonderful good afternoon, or is it still morning? It's been an early start today, and I'm so excited because today is the Food and Ag Day. I want to thank David for all his efforts, and I want to thank all of you for being here. Your commitments have been so crucial to bringing food and ag to the center of COP28. Thank you for that. It's a real historic moment for all the conversations we've had. It's a historic moment for food and ag because we've really taken the time to listen, to connect the dots, to get the political will, to mobilize financing, and even provide tools. I want to highlight some of these today. As you know, we kick-started 10 days ago, and I was here on the stage, and I announced that we had 134 signatories on the UAE Declaration on Food Systems, Agriculture, and Climate. Do you want to know the number of where it is today? It's 152. Thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you for continuing the momentum, and we will keep driving this forward. You probably have seen yesterday, Secretary Vilsack and I, we've spearheaded the Aim for Climate initiative since COP26, and yesterday we were able to announce some of the numbers of where we've reached. If you just look at last year and this year, from COP27 to COP28, we've more than doubled our numbers. When it comes to investments, we went from $8 billion of committed investments to over $17 billion of committed investments. We went from 275 partners to over 600 partners. We went from 27 innovation sprints, and these are sprints where partners come together, they focus on a certain area within the food systems and ag umbrella, and we're now at 78 innovation sprints. So thank you for all of this momentum, the drive, and this is exactly what we need. Also, on day one, I announced the initiative that the UAE and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is spearheading now with a new investment of $200 million, looking into putting more money into the ag space when it comes to research and development, but also identifying some of the innovations that we have in the Aim for Climate platform and scaling these up, as well as putting in funds for technical assistance for low and middle income countries. So we have a lot of great achievements so far, and I'm sure all of you have had maybe a bite to eat here at COP28. We've made sure that the food that's being served here at COP28 is climate-conscious food. We gathered the chefs, the catering companies, the suppliers who were supplying the food here at COP28, and we took them on a 4-day workshop to understand how powerful it is when they make choices on ingredients and where they source their food from, what leverage that has on food systems. So that's been a real driver, and from what you've seen here is we still have delicious, nutritious food, but this time there is the sustainability aspect in it, looking at the carbon footprint and also the water footprint. Domestically as well, we're driving a lot of change in the country, looking at closed system ags, so how we're really adopting and adapting technology. We are a desert environment. We don't have a lot of fresh natural water, but really we've been focusing on the technologies, and we've got some amazing CEAs, so closed system farms here in the UAE that are now growing a lot of the foods all year round. Also on the food loss and food waste, NI'MA, our national initiative, is really taking great strides because the main objective is to slash our food loss and food waste by 50%, maximum by 2030. So there's a lot going on, and today it's all about implementation. We have the political will, We've unlocked finance. I'm sure you've seen $83 billion of committed investments now mobilized just throughout these days at COP28. 3.1 billion of that going into food systems, and I think we can do more on that. So I thank you all for your partnership, for your dedication. We are in means we are in, and we're going to continue raising the bar when it comes to food systems and ag. Thank you so much.
We are in. We're going to continue raising the bar. We're going to make sure, says the Minister, that this initiative leads to the kind of results you all want and the world wants. So special thank you, personal thank you for the enormous work that you've done to bring food systems, agriculture and food systems into the heart, into the core of climate action. Thank you also for setting us to the 2-year target, because really that's going to be such hard work, but we're up for it. And to help us on the journey, we're going to hear from a leader of a government whose whole commitment for many years now has been to focusing on a concerted approach on agriculture, food and nutrition. Let us welcome the Minister of Environment and Energy of Italy, Honorable Gilberto Pichetto Fratin. He's going to come and talk to us. He will speak in Italian, so please use your headsets if you wish, if you don't understand that beautiful language easily. Minister, thank you. Welcome.
Eccellenze, signori,
Your Highness,
sono lieto di
ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to represent the Italian government at this high-level ministerial event taking place during the COP28 Food and Water Day. I would like to thank the United Arab Emirates and in particular the Minister Almeida for their strong leadership. And of course, we're very pleased with the participation of the Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed.
La sicurezza alimentare e il cambiamento.
Food security and climate change are closely linked. And together with our partners, we are taking this forward with concrete initiatives to strengthen our food systems and make them more sustainable, resilient and productive. On the 1st of December, here in Dubai, the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, announced that Italy has signed the UAE Declaration on COP28, Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems, and Climate Action. We are delighted to see how much support this is receiving from the international community. We supported the logic and direction of this declaration. And we know that there's no way to achieve these sustainable development goals or to fully realize the promises of the Paris Agreement without urgently addressing the interactions between the food systems, agriculture and climate. For the same reasons, the incoming Italian G7 presidency in 2024 will continue to promote an integrated and ambitious climate and food systems agenda, keeping global food security high or the international political agenda. To this end, we will base our efforts on the achievements of COP28 and the United Nations Food Systems Summit, which Italy hosted and co-organized in July. To confirm this concrete commitment to these goals, Italy is also one of the founding members of the Collaboration for Technical Cooperation in support of the implementation of the UAE declaration of COP28. And today, I am pleased to announce that Italy will contribute with 10 million euros to catalyze wider investments on integrated food and climate plans in developing countries. The funds The funds made available will be used to support pilot projects in several African countries, in collaboration with international and regional organizations, as well as the private sector. These projects will focus on several areas, including climate change adaptation, sustainable management on natural resources, technological innovation, and promotion of sustainable agricultural practices to provide a sound analysis of the local context in order to reduce the risks of investment in the food and agriculture sector and to enhance the financial viability of future projects. In addition, Italy will continue to support the G20 African initiatives, which aims to promote sustainable and inclusive economic growth on the African continent. All these initiatives are part of what I would call the spirit of the Mattei Plan, with which Italy intends to promote development in Africa on the basis of equal partnerships. In conclusion, I would like to come back to underline a concept that I mentioned at the beginning. There's no country that can tackle these complex and global challenges alone. Together, we must work to share knowledge, experience, and resources in order to develop effective and sustainable solutions. We have the duty to act in synergy on all fronts. You can rely on Italy to deliver on this. We are determined to work with all interested partners to promote concrete and targeted actions for a more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you to Minister Fratin. You can rely on Italy, and Italy has responded in a beautiful way. Thank you again. And I was just thinking, while listening to both Minister Almeri and Minister Fratin, that what's emerging to help implement the actions that countries have committed to is a remarkable constellation of connected contributions. 3 C's, constellation of connected contributions, and they will contribute to coherent action to converge climate, nature, food, water, and nutrition at country level in ways that will help make an extraordinary difference. Now, we know that agriculture and food systems are centrally important to ensuring the well-being of people, but also to the well-being of the planet and to realizing the 2030 agenda of sustainable development and the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's, I think, really important now that we hear from the person who has inspired a systems approach to agriculture and food locally, nationally, and globally. She can't be here with us because she's super busy right now, but we've invited Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, to explain just how important food systems are within the wider climate agenda. Let's watch her video now.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by expressing my thanks to the United Arab Emirates for its leadership in making food systems transformation
Interpreter cannot hear the
key
floor.
pillars of this COP28. In his call to action at the end of the Food Systems Summit +2 stock-taking moment, the Secretary-General made an appeal to ensure the alignment of national food systems transformation pathways with the continuous updates of nationally determined contributions and national adaptation plans for climate action. This is a crucial step towards the adaptation of food systems to climate change, to attract investments for the resilience of agricultural systems, and to reduce the vulnerability of food producers. With over 1/3 of emissions emanating from our food systems, we know this is an important area for action. The Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action represents a formidable response to the Secretary-General's call to action and a unique opportunity for all of us. The declaration emphasizes what we know already, that any path to fully realizing the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement must include agriculture and food systems. It recognizes that leaving no one behind means that our approaches must account for the multiplicity of interconnections within food systems and across all dimensions of sustainable development. Protecting biodiversity, enhancing water management, and scaling up all forms of finance are among several fundamental areas. Let me stress that this path would be pointless without putting people at the center. And so today, I'm inviting us all to heed the call of the declaration and to scale up adaptation and resilience activities for farmers and food producers, to create the conditions for food security and nutrition, especially for the most vulnerable, and to ensure inclusive, decent work for agriculture and food systems workers, women, youth, and indigenous people. Leadership and operational relationships with local actors, including the private sector, food industry groups, food sector associations, civil society and citizens groups are key to ensure robust and sustainable supply chains. Together, all actors must work jointly to transform food systems to adapt to climate change and ensure global food security compatible to the 2030 Agenda. With well over 100 endorsements, including many of the largest agriculture and food producers in the world, this declaration is a powerful statement of political will to drive the transitions we need. Excellencies, with 7 years remaining to achieve our sustainable development and climate goals, we need to urgently strengthen our collective efforts using food systems as a lever to accelerate implementation. In line with the Secretary-General's call to action, the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub is rolling out a convergence initiative to support countries in integrating agriculture and food systems into their climate action while simultaneously mainstreaming climate actions across policy agendas and actions seeking to transform food systems. By focusing on the important convergence work that needs to take place at the country level, across sectors, across ministries, and across stakeholders. This demand-driven initiative will support countries to surface their priorities and to ensure that in 2 years' time at COP30 and during UNFSS +4, we can truly see the impact of our collective progress. I'm also pleased that a core set of partners, including from within the UN system, have stated their intention to closely collaborate in supporting countries with the technical cooperation that they seek to implement the Emirates Declaration over the coming 2 years. Together, convergence, dialogues, and technical support can bring the words of the Declaration to life. Let us seize this historic opportunity to keep the promise of the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda, to do what we must for all to thrive in a just, equitable, and secure world now and in the future. Thank you.
Well, I wish that Deputy Secretary-General Amina Mohammed could just feel the strength of the appreciation that you've shown, because she's relentlessly been leading us all through multiple challenges on our journey to the future. I noticed her mention of converging, of dialogues, and that's the style of work that lies ahead for all of us, bringing different parts of the puzzle together. Now, one of the organizations that exists to help us all make sense of food and agriculture, one of the 22 specialized agencies of the United Nations system is the Food and Agriculture Organization. With 195 members, its focus is on ensuring food security for all and access to enough food and nutrition for people to be able to lead active, healthy lives. But many of us have been wondering, are we able, as a world, to focus on food security and good nutrition for all, and to stay within that 1.5 degrees threshold that matters so much for our collective future? Well, FAO have been working on that challenge, and to help us to understand more about it, I'd like to call on the chief economist of the Food and Agriculture Organization, my friend Dr. Maximo Torero. Would you like to come up here and give us the latest?
Excellencies, Minister Maheri, dear Excellencies here. Our motto today is good food for all, today and tomorrow. This is what links what we need today and what we need tomorrow, and links with sustainability. Today we are launching the global roadmap for achieving SDG 2 without breaching the 1.5 degrees. Our goal is to work on the transformation of the agri-food systems through accelerated climate actions to help achieving food security and nutrition today and tomorrow. This is extremely challenging. In 2022, 738.9 million people face hunger. 2.4 billion in 2022 were moderately or severely food insecure, and over 3.1 billion people lacked access to healthy diets. The pandemic have added 120 million people to the chronically undernourished number, and by 2030, if we continue the same way we are estimating around 600 million people will suffer hunger. Progress towards global nutrition targets is uneven and uncertain at this point. At the same time, the planet faces crisis, exceeding safe limits in 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries, majorly tied to the agri-food systems. These systems contribute 30% of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions, impeding climate goals despite the Paris Agreement aims warming rates suggesting a gap meeting these targets. Over 2013 to 2022 period, human-induced warming has been increasing at an unprecedented rate of over 0.2 centigrades per decade. Overall, the carbon budget associated with 50% chance of keeping global warming to 1.5 may be exhausted within 6 years at the current rate of greenhouse gas emissions, and with the current NDC's commitments, the 1.5 target will be breached, while the 2 degrees centigrade target will be met narrowly. Agri-food systems face a dilemma, producing now more to address immediate needs while endangering the future food insecurity and nutrition, or car production to reduce emissions. This perceived trade-off has led to the inaction and boldness climate action skeptics. However, the growing urgency demands action and challenge in narratives. Providing healthy food for all today and tomorrow is crucial as it aligns agri-food system transformation with climate actions. Agri-food systems should address food security and nutrition needs, but they host a larger number of actions aligned with mitigation, adaptation, and resilience objectives. Simultaneously, the climate agenda could mobilize climate finance to unlock the potential of these systems and drive the transformation, given the huge opportunity of gaining efficiencies we have in the agri-food systems. This is the core goal of the roadmap that we are launching today, which are initiating a process today. Creating synergies between the two agendas require a master plan, a roadmap. This is especially true to overcome the drivers of inactions, which means denial, division, distraction, and doomism. This will be the 3-year journey where today, under the COP28, we are launching the global vision. In COP29, we are moving from a global to a regional view and to a vision of costing and financing. And on COP30, we are establishing country action plans, monitoring and accountability. In this respect, that the Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action is an excellent achievement and FAO is committed to support countries to translate the Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agricultural Resilient Food System Climate Action into full implementation by scaling up agri-food system solutions guided by the new roadmap that we are launching today. FAO is working with the COP28 presidency and partners on the technical cooperation collaboration that can serve as the glue that binds us together and our many partners together in our common goal of supporting countries to scale up sustainable agriculture, resilient agri-food systems, and climate action. We stand ready to join hands with partners to support countries accelerate action on the historic Emirate Declaration. FAO, the World Bank, the CIR, and IFAD, in collaboration with the COP28 presidency, also plans to launch the Agri-Food Sharm el-Sheikh support program, consistent with the roadmap. And this 3-year support package will help advance and operationalize the Sharm el-Sheikh joint work on outcomes. The program will support knowledge, evidence, and tools that help to raise ambition through the UNFCCC process, unlock finance, and accelerate action on the ground. The program is a virtual bridge between the declaration and the Sharm el-Sheikh joint work. Colleagues, we need to build on existing efforts. We need to converge and bring all of us together to resolve this enormous challenge we are facing. But we need to bring common definitions, consistency, and complementarity in actions and policy frameworks that we are implementing. The roadmap shows that achieving these goals with the right set of actions incompatible with agri-food systems that are net carbon sinks. We are presenting 120 actions in 10 domains and 20 milestones that will strengthen food security and nutrition while contributing to the climate agenda. These actions include reduction of food loss and waste, improving productivity, especially in the livestock sector, methane reduction technologies, and adoption of regenerative and climate-smart practices beneficial to soil, health, lead to substantial mitigation and adaptation while building resilience. Carbon dioxide removal measures like afforestation, reforestation, and soil ecosystems restoration show potential for sequestration. But in alignment with the International Energy Agency roadmap, growing capacity in bioenergy with carbon capture and storage is requested to achieve global mitigation targets. Finally, our assessment shows that achieving the joint agenda on food security and nutrition leads to specific tensions during the transition period and around key pivotal areas. At that time, deploying a full portfolio of well-balanced actions will be more critical than ever. Let us work together to achieve food for all for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Really, colleagues in FAO have done an enormous amount of work in order to put together the roadmap, but they've also, as Maximo said, been developing resources that enable people within a whole range of countries to put into practice what's set out in the roadmap as they transform their food systems, adapt to climate change, and enhance their NDCs and NAPs. Great. Now, we've got a panel, but this is a special panel. This is a panel where we're going to hear from ministers whose governments are actually moving forward on bringing together climate action and transformation of food systems. I will announce the names of the panelists, and they will walk up to the stage and sit, I hope, starting from right to left in the order that I announced them. There's His Excellency Tom Vilsack, Secretary of Agriculture, United States of America. His Excellency Ildefonso Musafiri, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources from Rwanda. His Excellency Fernando Mateo Costa. Now, Fernando said Costa's his mother's name, so I hope his mother's watching late at night in Uruguay. Welcome, Minister. And then we're going to invite His Excellency Vatimi Rayalu. He's Minister of Agriculture and Waterways from Fiji. Welcome. And now we'd also like to invite Minister Marc Fessenau. He's Minister for Agriculture and Food Sovereignty from La France. And then we'd now like to invite Her Excellency Claudia Müller. Claudia is Parliamentary State Secretary, Minister of Food and Agriculture of Germany. I'm going to invite each of our guests to come to the lectern if they wish, or seated if they wish. It's entirely their choice to make remarks. Some of them will speak in English, some of them will speak in other United Nations languages, so have your headsets close by if you need them. Secretary Wilsack, sir, you have the floor.
Much.
And you're on.
Thank you very much. Let me, first of all, associate myself with the comments that, David, you made about Minister Al-Mahari. What a tremendous leader she has been in this effort, and certainly appreciate the friendship and the work together on AIM for Climate. You know, we're here today, as a ministerial declaration highlights, climate action, agricultural sustainability, and food systems resilience are inextricably linked. Agricultural producers, as we know, are on the front lines of the climate crisis, while also they are uniquely positioned to provide solutions. To rise to this challenge, they must adopt climate-smart practices while sustainably increasing productivity to meet global demand for food, fuel, and fiber. And critically, they must also remain profitable if they are to stay in business. But investing in new climate-smart practices can be challenging, especially for small-scale operations, where returns on investment may take several years. These investments need to work for the farmer's business and for the environment. The key is creating multiple income streams that can achieve these multiple objectives. That's why the United States is investing in approaches that create an economy that supports producers and rural communities while meeting global demand for renewable and climate-smart goods and achieving our climate goals. But to provide economic value through any of these, we need to quantify outcomes. That's why measurement, monitoring, reporting, and verification are key components of the USDA's $3 billion commitment to partnerships for climate-smart commodities, 141 projects across all 50 states, every major commodity, embracing 175 climate-smart practices. It's also why the Inflation Reduction Act dedicates $300 million for the Department of Agriculture to measure, report, and verify the climate benefits of our conservation programs. We're also investing in innovation to address the dual challenges of climate change and food security through the AIM for Climate. As the Minister indicated earlier, since COP27, partners worldwide have more than doubled their total investment to more than $17 billion, including $1.5 billion from the United States. While these historic investments, we make these historic investments with the realization that if we get it right, what makes sense for the climate will also make economic sense for the farmer. And we don't intend the fruits of our investments to merely benefit U.S. producers and communities. We are all in together. Thus, our plan is to share resources globally through efforts like the USDA's International Climate Hub and notably the newly formed Technical Cooperation Collaborative that will help developing countries implement this historic ministerial declaration we're focused on here today. Farmers are good stewards of the environment because they know that's what keeps them in business. The investments we're making through voluntary, flexible, innovative, and market-driven strategies will help them pursue an approach that intertwines economic growth and environmental outcomes. Thank you for joining us in this challenge, and I look forward to working with all of you on the implementation of this historic and important declaration.
Secretary Wilsack, sir. Everybody, this is a most wonderful contribution. We're most grateful, all of us. And just one remark that I'd like to perhaps replay. What makes sense for climate also makes sense for the farmers. Thank you, sir. Rwanda is a country that many of us think about when we're also focusing on the transformation of food systems. And Minister Ildefonse Musafiri has been at the heart of this work. We've been together at many events and had the opportunity of hearing. Would you like to tell us how Rwanda views this declaration? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, David. And distinguished guest partners, thank you for having me here today. And I'm happy to address this gathering on the transformative journey towards sustainable agriculture, resilient food systems, and the climate actions in Africa in alignment with the Emirate Declaration. But first of all, let me start by the rumor I'm hearing about since I entered this compound or this city of Dubai, that as of yesterday, the 27-page global stock take of COP28 is lacking agriculture and food systems. It is represented barely, maybe some 3 times or 1 time, I don't know. So I hope it's a rumor, because I'm not sure that if we want to move in the future world without food, so I think in the short run we're all dead. If they have been waiting for this day, thank you. If they have been waiting for this day, now here we are. It's unfortunate they put it on the last day, but here we are. And hope those who are drafting now are hearing and following us very carefully. So we are here now to raise our voice towards agri-food system transformation as the pillar of our future. Rwanda, along other African countries, stands at the crossroads of a unique challenge, namely the adverse effects of climate change. Climate shocks increasingly imperils the resilience of our agriculture and food systems, intensifying hunger, malnutrition, and economic stresses, especially among the most vulnerable. And yet, I believe that it is within our power to harness the potential of our agriculture and food systems as a driving force for innovative responses to climate change and to unlock shared prosperity for all. In the same spirit as that of Emirate Declaration, I acknowledge the critical need for progressively achieve access to safe, affordable, nutritious, and adequate food for all. This is vital to the livelihoods of smallholders, farmers, and their families. Rwanda's commitment to scaling up adaptation and resilience activities is and will remain steadfast. We strive to reduce climate vulnerabilities of all farmers through different initiatives such as enhancing financial and technical support, capacity building, infrastructure development, innovations, including early warning systems. We have been doing a lot in this journey of food transformation, where we are trying to do research and innovation in nutrition, because we have to go beyond production and sensitize our people to eat healthy and well-prepared food. We need to implement climate-smart agriculture practices, irrigation, conservation agriculture, and others. We need to do better planning and better coordination. We are bringing all partners together, ministries concerned with the food systems, environment, health, education, and others, to make sure we are coordinated and make sure that we implement a successful food system transformation. And last but not least, we are concerned by creating decent jobs for youth and women in agriculture. And we have embarked on a journey of $30 million with AGRA, which is the Agricultural Food System Alliance, and I saw the president in the room. Thank you for that. And we believe the future is brighter in food system transfer in Rwanda, and we hope to have all the partners here, all the donors, sponsors here, and investors to come and invest in the food system transformation in Rwanda. And I thank you for having me, and I hope now we are having a very good, many pages in our final declaration today.
Everybody, another brilliant statement. And remember, we are hearing from ministers about what they are doing and how they're planning to move forward. And was so lovely to hear you, Minister, talking about the multiple activities in which you're involved and the focus on healthy food, which was appreciated by many people here. So thank you again. And now we move to Uruguay, and we hear from His Excellency Fernando Matos, another Minister for Agriculture. He also is Minister for Livestock and Fisheries as well. Minister, you have the floor.
To speak in Spanish.
Sí, gracias.
So take your devices,
so everybody's
please.
Spanish.
Good morning. Bueno, en español.
Good morning. I will speak in Spanish.
Quisiera felicitar.
First of all, I would like to congratulate and recognize the great organization of the UAE for this COP28.
Persona de la ministra
And personally, the Minister Mariam Al-Mahiri for her leadership and the brilliant organization. We have spent awesome, beautiful days here. I would like to ask for an applause for her work.
Uruguay recibe con
Uruguay welcomes this declaration fostered by the UAE.
agradece por la iniciativa,
And
una amplia adhesión.
it's thankful for such a initiative. 30% of the,
Esta declaración y estos
80% of the countries
sin dudas
that are part of this have showed commitment.
compromiso
Our countries are
en el sector agropecuario.
strengthening each other to more implementations in our agriculture sector, more technology, more financing, and regulations for its viability.
La producción de alimentos
We celebrate the fact that food has been put at the center of this conference with so many events that created dialogue among different actors and stakeholders. We cannot talk about environmental issues without considering agriculture and livestock.
Hemos dado mucho
In terms of food security, in the past, we never really considered the importance of agriculture and their influence for the environment. Nowadays, we are in this new COP under the new framework of the UN for climate change. And in this convention, we have a platform for us countries in development to have a just transition in the long term. Sometimes it's harder than we would like, but it's important to recognize our common grounds. It's important to keep the Paris Agreement and understand that we have different realities, we have different systems, we have countries who are already in a different stage of development and they use the resources in a very specific way, and then they're further from those countries who are still development. That's why we're still working and supporting this work that started in Sharm el-Sheikh to implement these measures in the agriculture sector. However, the agriculture agenda doesn't really have clear agreements just yet, which has delayed achieving our objectives. In Uruguay, we're trying to create a system that meets the needs of the world. But the reality is that there's a lot of vulnerable families that depend on agriculture. We're trying to improve the efficiency of our production system so that we have a triple effect in the economy, the environment, and the well-being of people. We're also concerned in the growing trend to have more taxes in the agriculture based on environmental issues, so this creates more inequality. Financing is key so that we can implement more measures, and we recognize the international mechanisms, but we would like to see more participation of these mechanisms under the agreement. Sometimes they are a bit tedious and out of the timeline. We are creating new financial mechanisms so that we don't really get stuck in this financial problem. We're trying to foster more actions on the ground for our sector, and this particular aspect is the perfect reason where we see all the countries are participating, and also places like Uruguay and other countries in Latin America find the perfect platform to discuss the future from an equality point of view. Thank you very much.
There were many gems in your statement, Minister.
Ha habido muchos puntos a destacar de su discurso. Me ha gustado la forma de hablar de que los países se apoyan unos a otros, una transición justa y la necesidad de acuerdos y de estándares.
And that this means that
Esto implica que el trabajo que hacemos en materia de alimentación va a ser bueno para la economía, el medio ambiente y para las personas. Muchas gracias una vez más. Vamos a pasar ahora a la otra parte del mundo. Nos vamos a Fiji. Invitamos a Su Excelencia Batimi Rayalu, ministro de Agricultura de Fiji.
you have the floor, sir.
Le doy la palabra, señor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the COP presidency for the invitation to the government of the Republic of Fiji, specifically the Ministry of Agriculture and Waterways, to be part of this high-level discussion for our shared experiences on the implementation of the climate action and sustainable agriculture for transformed food systems. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is with pleasure and I acknowledge my country's support towards the Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food System and Climate Action in Dubai earlier this month. Ladies and gentlemen, our emissions in Fiji and the Pacific are negligible in the global context. Yet, we are witnessing extreme weather events, rising sea levels, changing rainfall patterns, and increased pests and diseases, all of which directly affect farming, food production, and the well-being of our nation and the communities at large. The economic implications of these impacts are huge. Ladies and gentlemen, the Declaration recognizes that food systems are context-specific. The opportunities and challenges within a particular food system are unique to national and regional circumstances. There is no universal prescription or one-size-fits-all approach for food system transformation. Any approach should build on lessons learned from past work and harness existing momentum around this agenda. It is welcoming to know that this event offers an opportunity to further build momentum and rally around aligned approaches to realize our shared objectives while respecting national and local circumstances. The Declaration is a significant stepping stone towards our vision of a sustainable and resilient future. This Declaration is not merely a symbolic, it represents our unwavering commitment action. Together, we have the power to transform our agriculture sector, protect our environment, and secure the well-being of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, Fiji currently integrates the agriculture landmark decision called Cornivia Joint Work on Agriculture into our agriculture policies and plans. These include improvement of soil carbon, soil health, and soil fertility under grassland and cropland, as well as integrated systems, transforming livestock management systems through breed improvements, targeted nutrition, and manure waste management, monitoring and assessing adaptation, emission reduction, resilience, and socioeconomic and food security dimensions of climate change. Fiji, like many other countries, is heavily dependent on agriculture for livelihoods, food security, and economic development. After COP28, the Ministry of Agriculture and Waterways will be launching a new 5-year strategic development plan which considers the transformation of our food systems and accelerates progress that addresses food security, sustainable livelihoods, and socio-economic development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Republic of Fiji looks forward to working together with all the partners. At the same time, strongly provides its support towards the Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems, and Climate Action. I thank you for the opportunity.
Strong applause there for Minister Vatini Rayalu, Agriculture and Waterways in Fiji. And everybody, I can tell you that Fiji, along with 14 other small island nations, has been very much at the center of this work. But you have to also recall, these are not small nations, they're small islands, but they are giant nations. So thank you to all of you in the Pacific who've been so active on this work, recognizing that it's so country-specific. Let's now go to France, La France. We're going to hear from His Excellency Marc Fesneau, Minister for Agriculture and Food Sovereignty of France. You have your time now, sir.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, excellencies. Thank you very much. I want to say that agriculture and livestock are seeing the impacts of climate change, and at the same time, the food systems contribute to a third of emissions, and they can contribute also to the decarbonization of a few sectors and the sequestration of carbon. In this context, the food systems can need to grow their resistance, their resilience, so we need to take into account the resilience of food systems in our climate plan. So I want to salute Maria Alain-Marie, who contributes very highly to the success of these actions. So thank you very much. Thank you. In the name of France, the text of the declaration really reflects the challenges that we need to take into account, and it's very ambitious. First of all, it talks about one pillar of the Paris Agreement, also takes a very integrated vision, and also wants to decarbonize the food systems and also guarantee food security. Thirdly, we take a system-based approach from the fork to the plate, and we need to underline that we need to work on Sharm el-Sheikh objectives, and Bonn will be very important, and will strengthen the Declaration on Food Systems that was signed by more than 150 countries today. So I want to present you a few things that we do in France and Europe. Of course, it's very linked. We do a lot to create a market, a framework for carbon with Europe. We work with the state members on the political level. I'm also talking about the CAP. We are working on agricultural planning, especially on food, and my ministry identified different concrete actions with the agricultural world. We want to support farmers in order to implement zero carbon work. Without this, we cannot do anything, so we need more sober energy systems, supporting also the inputs, and this is work to do with meadows. We need to work with legumes. This is very important to contribute different sectors, forests also, and need to work on timber in order to use biomass, and also work against food waste, because we know that this waste can also start in the field, so we need to start there. And also at the national level, we support the initiative Cat per Wheel, which allows us to store carbon in the soil. So France has a plan, France 2030, started in 2021. We have national strategic plans with eco-regimes to favorize diversification of crops and favorize biodiversity, and also the example of agricultural conversion to organic farming, and also something that's important for resilience is the development in our country as well as in other countries, the crop assurance system to ensure the resilience of systems. We also need to develop protection of our crops. That's also done through variety research for plants, and mutation is also very important. So that's something to take into account in the final declaration. So I hope to have food systems that become even more present in the final declaration of our works. Thank you very much.
And it's wonderful to hear how France shows the power of building on what's already happening, the mention of the Sharm el-Sheikh work programme, but also 4 per mille, the landmark French initiative on soil health that's been around now for a few years and which has become the focus of attention so widely. Now we go to Germany, and we're going to hear from Her Excellency Claudia Miller, Parliamentary State Secretary of the Minister of Food and Agriculture. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting Germany to this important event on the implementation of the Emirates Declaration on today's Food and Agriculture and Water Day here at COP28. And I would always say they really saved the best for last.
The best for last, everybody.
And congratulations to the UEA as COP presidency, and especially to you, Minister Ameri, on the endorsement of this declaration by now 152 states. What a wonderful and important signal to the world that agriculture and food systems and that sustainable transformation do matter in the international climate change agenda. And I just concur with the colleague from Rwanda, it really has to be in the center of this declaration also in the end. Now, in Germany, transformation is high on our agenda. We have set ourselves ambitious climate targets in our National Climate Change Act, and we want to be climate neutral by 2045 already. And in order to reach this goal, we have developed several policy measures, of which I would like to highlight just a few. We want to strengthen organic farming with the goal of achieving a share of 30% by 2030. And we want to minimize food loss and waste within the scope of our strategy of food waste reduction. And currently we are working on our nutrition strategy, promoting healthy and sustainable diets. And we have just also implemented a rule to change animal husbandry. That is also a part of it. First of all, focusing on pig fattening, and that will be having transparent systems that the consumers can actually see what they are buying, giving support to the farmers, and also changing the legal framework so the change in it will be done. And also introducing new forms to have alternative proteins. So it all goes hand in hand. But we're not only focusing on the national level, but also on the international level. We have been actively engaged in the UN Food System Summit process, and we have organized our national dialogue on pathways to sustainable food systems. We particularly support the FAO's work with respect to climate change, as well as the development of the Climate Change Knowledge Hub, for example. And just recently, we started a new project on the FAST initiative, which was launched at COP27, and we will have the inception meeting today, basically just afterwards. Now, unfortunately, I have to say, within the scope of the current agriculture negotiations under UNFCCC, parties have not been able to follow up on the great momentum of the Emirates Declaration and have only agreed upon the procedure conclusions regarding the Sharm el-Sheikh joint work on the implementation of climate action on agriculture and food security. They will continue their discussions on the next subsidiary body meetings in Bonn next June. Now, notwithstanding the disappointment outcome of the negotiations, we will still have hope for the process and the goal of implementing climate action. And with 152 countries under this declaration, we can definitely say we are not powerless. The Emirates Declaration aims to incorporate agriculture and food system into NDCs and NEPs. And in order to support countries in implementation of this goal, my colleagues from the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development decided to provide funding for a development of guidance to enhance NDC ambitions and implementation with a view to agriculture and food system transformation. In short, Food Forward NDCs. Now, the guidance tool was developed by the COP28 presidency in cooperation with several partners, including FAO, SIGA, WWF, and Climate Focus. And it will be a very simple interactive web-based tool, so you're seeing I'm doing a little bit of, promoting that. It will be measured started next year for several member countries, and it will offer users a tangible evidence-based policy options and measures, as well as available literature regarding the transition to nature-positive, healthy, and resilient food systems by means of NDCs. With that, we will highlight and support countries to reaching their goals. Now, we as Team Germany were happy that this NDC guidance tool is part of the greater COP28 Agriculture, Food and Climate National Action Toolkit. So once more, I congratulate the presidency on creating this tool by building on other tools that we already had. We just don't have to invent everything new all the time. So this is an excellent example of international cooperation in agriculture and food systems, and we will make sure that this will be a success, as will the declaration. Thank you so much.
What a panel. You will all have heard Her Excellency Claudia Muller talking about what they're doing in Germany, talking about the centrality of food, the focus on healthy and sustainable diets, connecting consumers and farmers, beautiful stuff. But then, in addition, we heard about the contribution of Germany to getting food forward in the NDCs. And that's so appreciated by all of us who've seen this work coming through. It's beautiful. Everybody, special panel, please give them an enormous hand. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you for coming all the way from Suva. So in the work that we're doing, we rely enormously on different international bodies that help us to find our way forwards. And we've heard about the key role of the UN system and particularly the Food and Agriculture Organization. Now, we'd like to hear a little bit more about the financing aspect of things. And this is where we invite the Global Director of the Agriculture and Food Global Practice of the World Bank to come and help us understand the different mechanisms that they're using. Please give a massive warm hand to Dr. Martin van Nieuwenkoop, another close friend. Thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, David. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today is Agriculture, Food and Water Day at the COP. This is actually the first ever, and the World Bank is very honored, to be part of this journey with all of you. The COP presidency really has identified food systems and agriculture as one of the top priorities in its presidential action agenda, elevating it to the heads of state and government and all stakeholders, for urgent action. Also, the World Bank really congratulates the presidency on the endorsement of the Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action. It is really great to see that so many countries from across the world have signed on to this declaration, and this really shows, that this declaration is resonating very, very widely. We think this is a great achievement because the declaration really recognizes that agri-food systems transformation is very, very critical to achieve lasting food and nutrition security on a livable planet. And we think it's even more important because the declaration also provides a direction of travel that many countries intend to take forward towards a global agri-food system that is productive, inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and net zero. We are very pleased to see that the declaration also includes many aspects that the World Bank has been and continues to work on, such as revisiting agriculture policies, accelerating agriculture innovation, and scaling up financing, especially from the private sector, to adopt and transform agriculture and food systems to respond to climate change. At the same time, things like revisiting agriculture policies are more easily said than done. And for that reason, we really like the idea of putting in place, as being proposed, a food system technical cooperation collaborative that will support countries in achieving the vision that is laid out in the declaration and really enable countries to learn from each other on this journey. The World Bank is very delighted, to support this collaborative, through our 200 million plus Food Systems 2030 multi-donor trust fund to provide resources to all countries that are moving towards an agri-food system transition by providing upstream analytics and implementation grants. And looking forward, we intend to make an additional $60 million available for this work over the next 2 years. Food Systems 2030 is already working with over 40 countries, through agriculture policy dialogues, which are co-convened with the UK. And we recently actually also provided the first implementation grants in support of food systems transformation to Bangladesh, Ghana, Madagascar, Malawi, and Mozambique, and we're looking forward for many countries to follow. Through Food Systems 2030, the World Bank would be very much honored, to be the custodian alongside all the partners to deliver on this commitment to ensure countries have evidence-based strategies that further unlock public, private, and climate finance particularly. Also, and it was referred as well earlier, in the domain of climate change negotiations for agriculture and food security, the bank, alongside with all the partners, has long supported negotiators to reach consensus within the UNFCCC process, and which we think is, of course, very critical to expedite progress in the development of related policies and implementation actions. So with the support of the COP28 presidency and following the endorsement of the declaration, the World Bank, together with FAO, CGIAR, and IFAD, intends to launch the Agri-Food Sharm el-Sheikh Support Program, and this program is a three-year support package that will help advance and operationalize the Sharm el-Sheikh Joint Work Program on agriculture and outcomes through informed dialogues, foster knowledge sharing, and enhance coordination among shareholders with reference to the declaration where needed and where feasible. Let me close by saying that no single institution can single-handedly deliver on the agri-food systems transformation agenda that the world so urgently needs. The declaration, we think, provides an excellent platform for all of us, to come together and to work together. And in closing, the World Bank is very much committed, to this agenda, and will be a partner for all of you to help countries deliver their development and climate goals simultaneously. Thank you very much.
So, it matters hugely, everybody. The statements you're hearing today are focusing on a constellation of connected contributions to implementing the declaration. Thank you, Martin, not just for the speech you've just given, but for the way in which you and your team work with everybody else to try to get this coherence that matters so much. Now, when you were listening to Amina Mohammed, you might have heard her referring to the Food Systems Coordination Hub that the United Nations has set up and that is now being implemented in Rome. It's now my absolute pleasure to introduce a friend and a strategic partner, Dr. Stefanos Fotiou. Stefanos is going to help us to understand how the hub works and will moderate the next panel. Stefanos, come to the stage and let me greet you.
Thank you very much, David, and good to see everybody. The declaration is one of the greatest milestones, I believe, that has happened from the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, because the declaration is contributing to the need to keep the 2030 Agenda alive and to accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals. As you heard the Deputy Secretary General, the declaration is fitting exactly in the call of the Secretary General at the stock-taking moment that asked to put the climate action agendas and the food system transformation agendas together. And we are very proud in the Hub to support the development of this declaration with a strategic partnership we have with the COP28 presidency. But now we need to go to the implementation, and we need to make the wishful thinking action. This presidency has an amazing motto: unite, act, deliver. And we're inspired in the UN Food System Coordination Hub by this motto to design an initiative that we call the Convergence Initiative that will try indeed to support implementation of the declaration and put the agendas together. We bring the motto of the COP28 presidency at our coordination and operationalization level. So we will convene the food system national conveners, the ecosystem of support, the coalitions, the UN system, to unite them on putting these two agendas together. We will support planning that eventually will lead to action at the country level, and we will support the delivery of a portfolio of goods and services that they can help the conveners to implement so they can deliver and create results. And on doing this, we are always listening from the countries. And I have the honor today to moderate a panel that we will listen from 4 ministers on what are the tools, what are the mechanisms to put these agendas together. So it gives me great honor to invite 4 ministers to take the floor. Let me start with Right Honourable Andrew Mitchell, Minister of State for Development and Africa from the United Kingdom. Minister. His Excellency Rob Jetten, Minister for Climate and Energy Policy of Netherlands. His Excellency Henry Musa Kpaka, Minister of Agriculture and Food Security from Sierra Leone. And Her Excellency Anne Beth Trivenreim, Minister of International Development from Norway. Ministers, thank you very much for joining the panel. You are the one that you are driving action to implement the declarations that the multilateral system is putting together. So we are here today to listen from you. And let me start from Minister Andrew Mitchell. Minister, how you think we can enhance the scaling up of policy dialogues and policy actions with countries, between countries, inside the countries, to bring these two very important agendas together?
Well, thank you very much for this extremely kind invitation. At the Global Food Security Summit in London 3 weeks ago, I was delighted to announce Britain's endorsement of the Emirates Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action. And I want to start today by congratulating the UAE on helping build momentum towards these shared goals. And the challenges are very well established, 3 particularly. Firstly, farmers on the front line of climate change suffer ever more frequent, severe weather extremes, including drought and floods. Secondly, millions of people go to bed hungry every night, unable to access sufficient and nutritious food. Alongside conflict, climate and nature crises are the root causes. And thirdly, food systems themselves drive 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, biodiversity loss, and freshwater contamination. Simply put, we must therefore transform our food systems. And to do this, we must take a bold approach combining innovation, policy action, and investment. We need scientific solutions to address climate impacts. That's why we've increased our support for the Global Agriculture Research Organization, the CGIAR, by £45 million, bringing our total commitment to £110 million over the next 3 years. This is a very important and highly effective organization. And international collaboration is the key, and that is why we are also supporting the UAE and USA-led Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate. The UK and Egypt co-lead the Agriculture Breakthrough Agenda, which was launched at COP26 to make climate-resilient and sustainable agriculture the most attractive and widely adopted option for farmers everywhere by 2030. Its priority action plan was launched here at COP28, setting out actions countries will take in 2024 to help deliver that. And these include 3 points particularly: coordination and acceleration of agriculture research and development, to leverage finance for promising technologies, including working with the Innovation Commission for Climate Change, Food Security and Agriculture, and aim for climate, and thirdly, to develop policy pathways for accelerating the adoption of sustainable agriculture practices. The Global Agriculture Policy Dialogue, convened by Britain and the World Bank, provides a key platform to support this as a forum for peer exchange, building partnerships, and mobilizing policy action. Based on the experience shared through the policy dialogue together with the World Bank, we are launching a policy dialogue compendium. These highlight evidence-based solutions that lead countries are taking to drive forward sustainable agriculture. And let me give you an example. Vietnam shifted 209,000 hectares of rice over 7 years to low-carbon sustainable farming. That is a tremendous achievement, and learning from their experience will help other countries replicate this model as well. We are also going further to leverage investment. We are partnering with the World Bank through the Food Systems 2030 Trust Fund to work with developing countries on policy action for sustainable agriculture. The UK has provided £3 million this year, and I'm pleased to confirm our commitment to strengthen this partnership with up to £45 million over the next 5 years to support a just rural transition to sustainable agriculture. This aligns with the COP Presidency Technical Collaboration Initiative, which we are now delighted to join. Domestically in England, we've shifted our investment away from area-based payments to instead reward our farmers for vital work to protect, restore, and enhance natural ecosystems. Internationally, we're using our development budget to incentivize sustainable farming. For instance, the UK is delighted to support the Forest and Farm Facilities work in Africa. So we are pledging £10 million more to strengthen forest and farm producer organisations working to improve livelihoods within sustainable landscapes. And water resilience is critically important, with agriculture accounting for 70% of freshwater withdrawals globally and 70% of water pollution. We must build more water-resilient food systems. Put simply, no water, no food. And that is why I have today announced up to nearly £40 million for the new Just Transitions for Water Security programme. This includes the Agua Water Tracker to help countries develop more ambitious national climate plans, with water integrated across ministries. Finally, we must further harness the power of the private sector, a key theme that runs throughout our discussions, setting the right incentives to encourage sustainable food and water practices. And before I end, let me confirm the UK's commitment to the Emirates Declaration as a powerful signal of political ambition, which we must now deliver through our actions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you for the 3 ideas of innovation, policy, and investments, which I translate to let's bring the ideas, the right framework, and the money to make things happen. And thank you for throwing all these different multi-millions initiatives. Keep some money, because we have some very good ideas in the UN Food System Coordination Hub, and we would like to share them with you. Let me go to the Netherlands now, which is a country with a very strong tradition on strong governance and policy coordination. So, Minister, how the Netherlands envisions the convergence of the climate action agenda and the food systems transformation agenda?
Thank you very much, and thank you for that kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, as a Minister for Climate and Energy, I attend COP28 as the head of the delegation of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And when thinking of our climate crisis, action in the energy sector, such as the need to speed up the green transition, is obvious. Also, the phase-out of fossil fuels. And I deal with these topics on a daily basis as a Minister of Climate and Energy. But if we want to keep 1.5 degrees alive, we need action in all other sectors as well. And that's why I'm so delighted to attend a meeting focusing on food, agriculture, and water, because it is crucial. Because biodiversity loss may be less visible, but it's not less problematic. And for far too long, we've been pushing the limits of nature and Mother Earth. And now we're paying the price with massive droughts, floods, crop failures, poor quality of air, poor quality of water and soil, loss of nature, loss of biodiversity, you name it. And the Dutch food system is the result of a very long history of innovation and cooperation, and we're very proud of that. Although we're just a small nation, our food and agricultural sector is a powerhouse with strong international linkages. But what counts in an ever-changing world is not only the strength of a system at this moment, but rather its ability to change and to adapt. In my own country, in the Netherlands, we're slowly but surely reinventing how we produce and consume food. And believe me, also for us, it's not easy. We've seen huge protests of farmers on our streets and on the doorsteps of the houses of several ministers. But we're now making progress, slowly but progress. And that's also thanks to that same farmers and other entrepreneurs in the agricultural sector that understand that we need to adapt. And together we're working towards a more resilient food system, finding eco-friendly and sustainable ways of farming. And on our way forward, we'll embrace a diet with less animal protein and more plant-based protein. Yeah, and it's something we're getting used to. We'll also welcome promising developments like cellular agriculture, precision fermentation, and cultivated meat. And with sea levels rising, we're researching the cultivation of salt-tolerant crops, because our own agricultural fields are getting more salty over the years. And the exact outcome of this transition is not set in stone. What is certain, however, is that our national food system will look completely different in the nearby future. Agriculture production will occur within planetary boundaries, while the agricultural sector will remain economically sound and internationally competitive. And Dutch farmers will largely transition, such as in the UK, to a more nature-inclusive, organic and circular way of farming. And production will be future-proof and sustainable, but farmers need support for government, need clear policies, need financial support to do so. And as I said before, we need actions in all sectors. And in fact, we need action in all sectors, and even more important, to link our policy interventions. In the Netherlands, we do so by taking an integrated approach when it comes to nitrogen, water management, climate, and nature. And in a small country as the Netherlands, this is still a very different situation in every region of the country, because the quality of water and nature and soil varies everywhere. And therefore, we develop regional programs to work towards a sustainable and healthy rural area in the future. Measures are being implemented in various sectors, including agriculture, industry, and transportation. so that all sectors contribute to the goals in reducing nitrogen, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and improving air quality. And as a Minister for Climate and Energy, speaking at this food system ministerial, I'm especially proud of this smart and integrated approach. And we're very happy to share this approach with our friends in Europe and outside of Europe, so that we can share our knowledge, share our expertise, so that others can work on that. And before I conclude, I want to end with an important note, because we cannot do this alone. And if we want this transition to succeed, we have to cooperate, and we must do this together, learn from each other's experiences. So we're very happy to see everyone here uniting for a common cause, and to see the United Arab Emirates reaching out to all of us with this Emirates Declaration. In fact, the Prime Minister of the Netherlands was here a couple of days ago, and he was very happy to sign this declaration. I'm so glad to see that so many other countries have already signed this declaration as well. And we look forward to engage with all of you in the nearby future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for showing to us how Netherlands has this holistic approach, both on the political level but also on the technical level. And we need this to be something that we share with other countries, so they can be inspired to have a similar action. Minister Kpaka, I remember in July, during the food system stock-taking moment, I was following your speeches, and I've seen that you have many times talked about action, acceleration, ambition. So, Minister, how we can raise up the ambition to put the agendas together? Because if we want to be frank for ourselves, and we see where we're standing with the SDGs, we're almost nowhere, but we haven't lost hope. So how we can raise the ambition, Minister?
Thank you, Stefano. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me also extend my gratitude to the COP presidency for bringing us here today, for inviting us, and for saving the best for last. Indeed, it is heartwarming to see 152 countries have signed up to the Emirati Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems and Climate Action. Sierra Leone wholeheartedly endorsed this, and we are behind it with full force. We know, as everybody's already spoken, that the global food system is failing to deliver on multiple fronts, and it's having devastating consequences for people and planet. Without radical action on food systems, we would not stand a chance on keeping the global temperature increase under 1.5 degrees Celsius, let alone arresting the loss of biodiversity, making sure that everyone has access to nutritious food, or reducing poverty and inequality in line with the SDGs. So there's an urgent need for countries to step up, ambitiously lead by example, to show what it actually means to transform food systems in line with food security, nutrition, climate, and nature goals. So we're here today to talk about national leadership and to take action. And I am delighted to be able to tell you what Sierra Leone is doing, and to talk about a new country-led initiative that we are launching together with Norway, Brazil, Cambodia, and Rwanda, the Alliance of Champions for Food Systems Transformation. Yes, we are calling ourselves champions because we are a group of ambitious countries that cannot wait and are determined to urgently act to close the ambitious and implementation gap on food systems, and together to speed up international progress in this regard. We are committed to a whole-of-government approach to action across 10 intervention areas, and to incorporate these updated food system strategies into key planning tools, our NDCs and the national adaptation plans. We are acting because we have no choice. The situation in Sierra Leone, for example, is dire. The multiple crises, COVID, the wars, have brought unprecedented levels of disruption in food, energy, and other essential commodity supplies. Our food import bill has gone up by over 40%. food inflation is over 50%. And we're doing all of this where weather and climate change poses the greatest risk to livelihoods, to the thousands of farmers in our country. To address these difficulties, the President has launched an ambitious agenda, Feed Sierra Leone, with 5 strategic objectives for achieving food sovereignty, increasing exports, creating jobs, especially for women and youth, alleviating hunger and malnutrition, and for building a resilient food system. We will achieve these objectives by investing in mechanization, irrigation in targeted areas and intensifying production there, improving aggregation and processing so we reduce losses, and creating linkages to markets. We will harness the power of climate-smart technologies and ag-tech. Crucial to this transformation is ensuring better access to finance and vitally empowering women and youth to be the backbone for driving all of this. Now, to implement all of this, we believe we have to put close to 450,000 hectares of land under cultivation. If not done right, this will lead to massive deforestation, a scenario where we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. To sort of navigate this kind of scenario, in Sierra Leone, the President has adopted an all-of-government approach where he's established a presidential council. This council has the Minister of Energy, Minister of Environment, Minister of Trade, Finance, Gender, Health, all meeting regularly to ensure we are solving problems towards a common goal. And so we are delighted to be co-chairing this Alliance of Champions alongside Norway, Brazil, because we believe that as a small group of diverse countries, we can be a vanguard in this regard to show what good and ambitious looks like in raising the ceiling in terms of international ambition for food systems. We will work with international partners, civil societies, including the CJR, and hopefully the FAO and others as well. So we're challenging ourselves to live up to this expectation. We will report, we will be transparent, we report regularly and share lessons that we're learning, and we look forward for folks to join us on the road to COP30 as we aim to genuinely transform food systems for all. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and I wish that the front-runner champions that you are today, you are becoming dozens and hundreds, and 2 years after today in COP23, we can have hundreds of, COP30, sorry, we can have hundreds of champions. Minister Tvenerein, Minister Kpakwa talk about cooperation. Norway is a country with a very big tradition in international development cooperation. How you see the role of this instrument on putting the two agendas together?
Thank you, moderator, and congratulations, everyone. This is such a great day. Finally, the ag sector and food production has been put at the core of COP. The Paris Agreement clearly states that we need to solve the climate crisis, but not at the expense of food production, because we still need to feed a growing population, but we need to do it much, much smarter. Last year, I announced or launched the Norwegian strategy for food security and food sovereignty in our development policies. And at the core of that strategy is the small-scale producer, giving local food producers access to climate-smart agronomy, connecting them to the local and regional markets, etc., etc. Many other aspects, because food production is so extremely complex. I'm super excited to co-chair the alliance together with Sierra Leone and Brazil. 3 very different countries, underlining exactly what our colleague from Fiji, Mr. Rayaki, the Ag Minister of Fiji, said. There is no one-size-fits-all when we are to transform the food systems. And, you know, sometimes I've been wondering why has it taken us so long to put food production and food systems at the core of the climate agenda, and I think one of the answers is that it is so extremely complex. So on our way forward, on transforming food systems, we need to breach the silos. It has never, I mean, we always talk about it, but I think it has never been more important. On this agenda, we need to break down the silos. My final point. We speak a lot about how agriculture and food production is part of the climate problem. We need to speak more about how agriculture is part of the solution. Not only a solution for climate, thank you. Not only a solution for the climate, but it's also for development and reaching the SDG, especially for developing countries. I was very inspired by His Excellency President Ruto at the pre-COP in Kenya a few months ago, where he was very, very clear in his message that Africa, the African continent, has the natural resources, the workforce, the market, the opportunities to solve the climate crisis. What is needed is investments in climate-smart technologies, enabling the African continent to leapfrog to a transformed food system. So what we need is simply to put up the partnerships to achieve that. And there are many partnerships. One of them has been mentioned here, research, CGIAR, crop trust, scale up research into climate smart technology, seeds, etc., but also the partnership to walk the last mile to the farmer with extension services. Another partnership is obviously then to get the private investments in there. The private sector, together with MDBs, the World Bank, putting up innovative guarantee schemes so that private money, private funding gets into new markets for producing food in a smart way. But the most important partner is the farmer and the consumer. We have promised to transform the food system, the food sector. And that has to be a just transition also for the farmer. Thank you.
Minister, thank you very much, and thank you for giving us an idea that we can resolve complexity by breaking the silos and have partnerships. And I want to take the opportunity also to thank Norway, because Norway was one of the first supporters of the UN Food System Coordination Hub. So Norway, together with Italy, Germany, Denmark, and Ireland, are the donors of the hub so far, and we thank you very much for this. So we're running out of time. I'm not going to do a big closing here, but I want to give a little bit of a history, and some people in this room, they will understand. Exactly 2 years ago, and when I say exactly, I'm talking on the spot of the time, we had a meeting in Norway that your ministry has put together, Minister, and it was about how we can keep up momentum from the Food System Summit. Agnes, check your calendar. It was 10 of December 2021, it was Friday, and it was 10:30 Norway time, which is 1:30 right now. I don't believe in coincidence, but I think that some things are happening because they're well planned. And I think that the follow-up to the Food Systems Summit, a summit that Agnes put together, we have proved that we can keep up the momentum. So I thank all of you that you have made keeping the momentum of the Food Systems Summit a realization, and I look forward to work with all of you for the next 2 years, going to the Food Systems Summit stock-taking moment of 2025, and also implementing the Convergence Initiative, which we are very proud that we have put together with the COP28 presidency and our strategic partner of the hub, the Forest Day Foundation. Thank you very much, and a big round of applause for our panel. And now it's the time to give back to my good friend, colleague, and partner in crime, David Nabarro, to close the event. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you for your leadership.
Well, all amazing events do eventually come to a conclusion, but it's a conclusion that's also a springboard for moving forward for this intensive sprint of implementing the Emirates Declaration, very much through to COP29 and then further to COP30. And who's the host of COP30? Brazil. And so to help us as we move towards our closing, it gives me enormous pleasure to invite the Honourable Renata Miranda, who's Secretary of Agriculture, of Innovation, Sustainable Development, Irrigation and Cooperatives of the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, and a wonderful, wonderful person. Renata, you have the floor now. Help us to make the journey.
Good afternoon to everybody. Boa tarde. Masal al-Khair is everything that I know in Arabic. Dear ministers, secretaries, delegates, gentlemen, and very especially the ladies. In most of the world, it's women who are producing food and preparing meals. So we should recognize our paper, our role on this. Thank you. Allow me to express special regards here. It's a very special moment and the only place that I can do it. Special regards to Christopher Hummel and his team. Without you, we were not here. Thank you very much for everything, your wonderful work so far. Thank you very much. A round of applause to him. After a year of hard work under the COP president's auspices, more than 150 world leaders endorsed the Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilient Food Systems, and Climate Action, including my country, Brazil. I'm honored to deliver the closing remarks on moving forward for the next 2 years regarding the implementation of what the world leaders endorsed in this landmark declaration. The pathway between COP28 and COP30 should be paved towards enhancing the sustainable agri-food systems around the world in the nationally appropriate manner. We all know that agriculture and food systems are fundamental to the lives and livelihoods of billions of people. But the implementation of Sustainable Food Systems Declaration comes in a very complex context, where there are choices to be made. Peace or war? Equality or inequality? Equality or inequality? Justice or injustice? Food security or hunger? If you choose the first ones, solutions to improve food system toward its potential of social, economic, and environment are the key for our success. Food is the key of success for the peace. But we need to remember that when we talk about food systems transformation, we are not talking only about feeding. Food connects people. Food is set on the basis of all cultures. It's an inherent part of our lives, and it tells the history and tradition of our family and society. Families and friends take seats while eating to talk about their days, lives, to celebrate good moments, or to overcome negative circumstances. In the end of the day, food production and consumption are the expression of a country's culture and behavior. The implementation of the declaration must be inspired by this symbolism. And to move forward on this subject, I will highlight 3 key aspects. Firstly, there is not only one single food system. Agri-food systems are extremely diverse and unequal around the world, around the globe. There is no universal prescription or one size fits all. Everybody said it here. Secondly, food systems are country-specific. According to the different national circumstances, it's usual not to pay attention to the last part of the common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. I would like to emphasize that countries have different capabilities. The specific development process of countries must be respected. Thirdly, enhancement of multilateral cooperation is key to accelerate the transition to a low-carbon economy. Unilateral measures should be strongly rejected. Finally, let's come back to our school times and remember some fundamental scientific facts. Agri-food production is the only socio-economic system able to reduce global warming by capturing solar energy. It's a paradox. It's a magical paradox. And behind this paradox, we are converting CO2 from the atmosphere into biomass, into food, fiber, energy. Most systems are not able to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere like agri-food does. So, using only gross greenhouse gas emission approach is inadequate for agri-food systems. Net emissions measures are more appropriate to compute the balance between emissions and removals. So this is part of the revolution promoted by this declaration. Agri-food systems are part of the solution of the climate crisis. So let's work on the ground, united in reinforcing international cooperation. I see you all in Brazil at COP28. Thank you very much.
Magical paradox. Magical paradox. What a lovely expression. Thank you very much indeed, Renata. Food is special. Farmers, as we heard this morning, are super special. And what we're talking about here, although it's super complex, although it varies enormously from country and locality to country and locality, but it is magical. And please take that away, because we had a big shout out for Chris Hamill just now, and he has, together with his team, under the leadership of Minister Almeri, done an extraordinary job. He's brought magic to this process. But there's somebody else who brought magic into working on food. In 2020, the United Nations Secretary General announced that he was going to organize the first ever Food System Summit in New York. And he appointed a very special person to be his envoy for that summit. I had the privilege of working with her. And now we're going to hear from her. Please can we have a massive applause for Dr. Agnes Kalibata, President of AGRA and former Special Envoy for the Food System Summit and member of the Advisory Committee for this COP. Agnes, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much. David has ended by saying that I sit on the advisory committee of the COP28. And here is the thing. Many people ask me, how is it sitting on this advisory committee? Do they listen? What do they say? What do they care about? And I tell you, this has been one of the most consultative processes I've ever been part of. And I've been listened to, and you can see the evidence. We got a lot of support on the Food Systems Declaration. And that's how we ended up with 150 countries that signed up, because countries care, but the mobilization behind this declaration was amazing. So we are extremely grateful to Mariam and her team. We are extremely grateful to the presidency of COP28 for elevating food systems in COP conversations. And we look forward to taking this energy, this momentum to COP30, Minister. And we appreciate your support in this COP as well. I had a few things that I wanted to share with you, just a few, and bear with me. Minister Mariam said, and this is the momentum that's going to take us forward. Minister Mariam said, we are in and will continue to be in so that we can continue to raise the bar, and we welcome that energy. The Minister of Italy said he will take this to the international agenda through his chairmanship of G7. The UN system, through the Secretary General, said we will support countries to incorporate food systems in the NDCs. So the hub is here, and they will follow up on that. But I heard Maximo say something that is extremely important. We are coming from a place we all are familiar with, the Green Revolution. We are going to a space where we are talking about food systems transformation. We need a roadmap. And here, FAO commits to a roadmap on knowledge, evidence, and tools that will take us forward. For me, is what I've been waiting for, and I'm extremely excited. But I'm even more excited to say that the technical collaborative that was launched this week at the beginning of the COP is something we are all excited about. And I have to say that, believe it or not, us, AGRA, a very small organization, the US government and the United Arab Emirates are founding members of the technical collaborative. So we are happy to be a founding member, contributing. Did you hear the big guys I said versus a small organization? Contributing 27 million of resources from the partners that support AGRA, that want to see food systems open up space for jobs for young people, open up space for smallholder farmers to be part of viable economies, and open up space for African governments to move on the issue and challenge of hunger. I want to conclude by thanking the governments, all the governments that have signed the United Arab Emirates Declaration on Food Systems, because that's how we go forward, deliberately go forward on food systems to take it to the future. We've done so much in just 2 years after the UN Food Systems Summit, and we're extremely grateful. And Minister, this is the energy, the support, and the system that we bring to you in Brazil. My institution has a partnership with ICA, and we look forward to use that partnership to bring the energy of the African continent to support further discussions and further engagement and further move food systems further as we go into COP30. Thank you so much. Thank you for being part of this effort. And let's continue and ensure that food systems become part of how we go forward. And before I conclude, maybe this all wouldn't have been possible without you, David. So thank you so much, David, for the work that you do, for the energy that you brought to the convening of countries, and the energy that you continue to bring in these conversations. So thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Do you know there are more than 100 events going on today here in this COP about food? Thanks to those of you who've stayed through this 2-hour session, who've been with us, because we know you've had to make a choice. Thanks to everybody who's contributed. Special big thanks and shout out to Dr. Agnes Kalabata. You heard how she is behind us and with us and surrounding us and challenging us. But most of all, thanks to all of you, to the people behind the scenes who make these events happen, to the whole food team here, to the production team, to the interpreters. Let's go now and push it forward on that journey that Renata identified, using the energy that Agnes has given us. With that, that's the end, but what a session. Remember it. Bye-bye.
WCAS. English. 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 S. English. WCAS. 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 English.